So we got a little bit of a short stream tonight. I'm not going to be streaming a super long time, I don't think. I have spent a long, busy day today. Doing what? I'll tell you what. Let me put this over here. There we go. Okay. We're up and running properly now. So I've been binge watching the Y Files. Hi, Boba Fett. Hi, Lori G. Hi, Missy Ann Davenport. So, what's the deal with the moon? Let's start with the moon. The moon is not a planetary body that we understand very well. It, there's no other moon like it in the solar system or other moon that we can see anywhere. It's got an unusually circular orbit, not very elliptical, even though there should be something of a wobble in the orbit. And it's apparently not nearly as dense as we would expect it to be. I know. How about them Rangers? Up 2 games to 1 after losing the first one. That's a good job. Yeah, I do smoke. Seven 777X Jet High. So, do I Yahoo? I don't think so. Um, Apparently, none of the craters on the moon are all the same depth. Now, sure, you could imagine that blowing moon dust filled in the craters at the bottom or something like that, but and crop circles. I don't know what to make of crop circles, but I don't think I believe that they are adequately explained in the status quo. Do I ever smoke weed? You mean marijuana? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. It's conceivable that someday back in my younger years when I was uh, a wild, youthful person, maybe I did smoke a little bit of marijuana. I remember it. It was decades ago, of course, last I smoked it, but I remember feeling confused and kind of, what's going on? Anyway, I can't. I can't. Obviously, do crazy stuff like that anymore. No Gaddis Sturry. I'm smoking neither cracks nor crack. I'm just smoking good old fashioned American marijuana. I do use a torch for a variety of reasons, but the primary reason at the moment, anyway, is because it's the only lighter I see around here. Yeah, I stop. Crack is whack, crack is cheap. Uh, nope, I am not doing crack. Sorry. Do I like ice cream? Sure. Depends on the ice cream. We gave you crazy thoughts about lunar cycles. I mean, like what? Like what would be a crazy thought about a lunar cycle? That the 28 days is an illusion? Be kind of a crazy thought. Hi, Kaiju Maniac. So, are you currently watching Kaiju number 8? I'm watching it, obviously. Do I like Trump? No. And I also don't like Biden. I don't think you understand me very well, Kaiju Maniac. I'm fluidly transracial. My race is changing every day, every other day, you know? I've been all the races. I've been all the genders, all the races, all the ages, everything. Do I like cheaper groceries, less taxes, and no wars? Well, it would depend on a lot of more. I mean, anybody who would answer that question isn't qualified to have an opinion on it. You know, requires requires a more sophisticated understanding of things than that. Obviously, uh, it's the case that we suffered a great deal of inflationary pressures post COVID due to the horribly ill-advised lockdowns and so forth. No, I generally tend to at least time people out when they make factually false, defamatory questions. So I'll put you on a quick timeout here. Don't forget, old fart, what comes around, what goes around comes around. What's going around exactly? I'm not sure what exactly you're saying is going around. Am I transgender? No. I'm just regular gender. I mean, I might be fluidly transgender. You know, I do over the course of a day, maybe go from super manly to super womanly and back again, you know. I was streaming on YouTube. I've been YouTubing for 10 years. I am retired-ish now, but this habit of YouTubing a great deal has been going on for the entirety of the last decade. Crop circles. So I, for one, am convinced that there are many crop circles that are that are unexplainable. I've did some research on the subject, and I'm fond of these sort of like paranormal topics. I was watching the White Files, which is kind of an analysis of a given bit of UFO or otherwise like secret conspiracy kind of lore. It does a pretty good job of parsing out what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, etc. Hi, Iron Line. Nice to see you. I am okay, Jessica Harless. So, regarding the, my name's Eric. I saw the light. So, if you wish to continue to say things, you know, behave like a normal human being. Good evening, Rachel, my beautiful darling. Correct. I've not been cooking any meth. I never have cooked any. Not even one time. So crop circles are one of the things that I find weird and significant. Namely, stuff that I don't feel like the skeptical debunking community has adequately done anything close to a good enough job of addressing these topics. They claim to maybe debunk it. Like the only debuncation of crop circles that I could encounter was basically the claim that since we couldn't entirely eliminate all possibility that this was the result of some human effort, then we have to assume it was. Am I the Rizzler? Good question, Jessica Harless. I have been known to, yeah, I understand the question. You've asked it 4 times now. I understand why you ask it as well. As Pepe Le Pew emits stink lines, so too do I emit lines of Riz. So, I also watched this video yesterday, which was about like celebrities behaving strangely in given moments on camera to prove that they're somehow like aliens or whatever. But in fact, that was just silly nonsense. I every single one of those instances could be easily explained as within the natural variation of human behavior. I do not abide. Okay, well the dude may, but I am not the dude. I'm not one who's a fan of abidance. Establishing to abide as a value to uphold is just weak AF. Yeah. The thing is, so what's going on in Antarctica? It's a strange place in that, you know, a variety of countries signed this Antarctic treaty back in I think it was in the 50s, and nobody's violated it since. There are huge swaths of this continent that are no-fly zones. So I find that odd. But perhaps more interesting than that, there's an old map that shows. Am I a Sigma? I don't know about that. I poured them each glass of Chianti. That's all I did. Has anybody deciphered any crop circles? Sure. most of the crop circles that are worth noting or of particular interest express some sort of mathematical thing, you know. I will get to the moon in a second. No, I've not seen the Drake bed. If it's depressing, I don't want to see it. I'd like to stay on topic if possible and discuss the moon or Antarctica or crop circles. Do you want your TWFB? I'm glad to hear. Would I rather be probed by aliens or possessed by a demon? Probed by aliens, I guess. All right, so let's return to this question of the moon. What is strange about the moon? Yeah, Rangers won.
That's awesome.
Big Rangers won. We didn't watch it, but yeah, some coast to coast topics going on tonight. I'm gonna try to stay on topic as much as possible. Okay, JJ, but that's not our topic tonight. Okay. Should I be embarrassed that this is most of my friend circle? It's most of my friend circle.
Same.
So we can all be embarrassed together. So I'm going to try to stay on this topic of the moon a bit. The moon presents us a number of different, I guess you'd say, anomalies that are inconsistent with how the rest of the solar system works. Is Eric George Noory? I don't know who George Noory is. Do you? For example, our moon is too big and too close. So, unlike moons of other planets, it it's odd that our moon is by far the biggest moon to planet ratio that we've ever seen. Now, you've been on the moon, huh? Oh, George Norrie is a coast to coast host? I did not know that. So, oh, you know what? I think I've heard him mentioned as somebody who talks about these kind of topics a lot, right? He's like kind of the paranormal Larry King or something. JJ, I'm sorry, you're not the topic unless you are the moon. So it's odd that our moon is atypically large compared to our planet in terms of its comparative size. You know, it, much larger than any other moon on any other planet that we can see. You know, in terms of a ratio. It's also the case that our moon has an unusually circular orbit. Um, and it's unlike the orbit really of any other moon. And it has a circular orbit, even though based on where the gravitational center between the two bodies is, there should be a wobble in the orbit. And it's also much less dense than makes sense. So, for example, it it would make the most sense if it were hollow rather than solid, or at least mostly hollow. That would be the only real way to account for its orbit, its size, and all that, right? It has to be very much not the same as Earth. The problem is if we've got multiple theories about how the moon came into being, one of which is say the accretion theory or a few other theories. But if, For most of those theories, they involve Earth and the moon being made out of the same basic material and forming basically the same way. And I don't play Fortnite. Um, it being basically the same as Earth. But if in fact the moon has has a liquid molten core, liquid iron core like Earth does, then it wouldn't it wouldn't behave as it does. So, in other words, the moon rings like a bell, also suggesting it might be hollow or something like that. When large impacts strike it, the reverberations persist and aren't dampened in the fashion that they would be on Earth. Additionally, um, craters on the moon only go to a uniform depth. Now, I've not determined whether or not this could possibly be explained by blowing moon dust filling in the bottom of deeper holes, you know? But if it were, then uh, that would explain that. But another possible explanation for the moon's craters being a uniform depth, regardless of, you'd expect the bigger the impact, the deeper the impact, right? Because um, obviously that's going to gouge out a bigger hole than a smaller impact. However, it doesn't appear as though the holes on the moon, the asteroid, the impact, uh, the impact craters on the moon, um, at least apparently, they are not as deep as would be suggested by the width. So that you got smaller ones that are just as deep as the bigger ones, which doesn't make any sense, right? So, and there have been plenty of astrophysicists, you know, people who don't have any alternate theory or any sort of agenda here of where to go. But I don't play games, Jessica Harless, including that one. I do play occasional games, but not really. So, right, it can't be hollow. It wouldn't be hollow if it were from the accretion notion of where the moon came from, which suggests that at one point the Earth was was like one big mush of jumbled up rocks and stuff, and those two things accretioned into two distinct globe things, right? So, well, I've been watching this stuff all day, and I'm glad I have because it makes me want to talk. It gives me something to talk about and makes me want to live stream and talk. Hi, Ruben.
I've been watching like glitches in the Matrix.
Are you watching Glitch in the Matrix
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, and it's funny because like some of the some of the celebrity ones are just so weird. But like I'm like tired as hell right now, and like I feel like I could do one of those like eye things, you
Oh,
know?
yeah, right. And there's also the possibility that people are on certain kind of drugs and such.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like yeah, definitely.
Why do some people say the moon landing is not real? Well, there's a lot of actually. That's what I was gonna say, Ruben. I'm glad you reminded me. Um, I was meaning to after I started streaming. I figured I'd. This is my wife Rachel. I figured I'd drive the little wilderness car over to get the trash can. You know what I'm saying?
Hi Ruben, hi Winston's mom. Hi Big Dog Mofo.
Now I will. I will come get your trash can and replace it with an empty one. Okay. So, the moon is a very odd object. And as far as the moon landing, whether the moon landing was faked or not, I it's hard to say for sure that it's real. But I think most of the objections that I've heard raised, I don't think we felt like she was bored. I didn't feel
Oh,
that
I
way.
just wanted, I just thought that she might want to play with the cards and, stuff if she wanted to search around. It's all good.
When the Earth was forming, the moon collided with the Earth. The resulting collision left the moon tidally locked and slowly drifting away. Um, well, okay, sure, but so what was the moon before the it collided with the Earth then? If you're saying that the moon, that there were two distinct objects that they collided together, the moon and the Earth, well, that's going to be pretty destructive to both. They're gonna form into some kind of jumble of rocks and then presumably reaccrete, right? But the problem is, if that were the origin of the two, then then the then the formation of the two should have been equivalent, right? Unless they just knocked off certain parts of the Earth. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Okay, but what I would say for sure is that by all accounts, the moon is not like the Earth in that it does not have a molten iron core. Ergo, um, it's, I mean, in that it's not as dense as, not as not as dense as you'd expect it to be if the Earth and the Moon had a shared origin story, right? So it's also the case that there are plenty of moon rocks uh, that have magnetism, even though that's normally associated with, magnetic field, but the moon doesn't have one. Well, okay, so if the moon is the result of an asteroid hitting the Earth and cooling from the collision with water and getting caught in orbit, then we should expect to see uh, well, I mean, it's gonna have to be big enough that it knocks off some chunk of the Earth, right? And joins that to become the moon or something like that, right? But if it were to knock off a chunk of the Earth, then you're talking about a massive kind of collision that's going to basically return all of the material into molten, right? Or two bundle of rock spheres that accrete around each other, right? But then they should have the same fundamental makeup in terms of the fact that the densest stuff would be in the middle and the less dense stuff on the outside. What did I banish? The Earth was formed from space water with the sun. So it is slowly moving away from us. That's true, but um, it that just kind of drives home the fact that at one point it was absolutely perfect for a full eclipse of the sun. It has to be outrageously big, just the right distance, everything perfect to fully eclipse the sun. It's not any longer perfect eclipse of the sun because, like was said, it's slowly moving away from us, which means
What do you hear? Trouble?
at some point in the past, it was perfectly aligned to right. So with the co-accretion theory, it's basically a donut shape is what they're saying in that instance. But that doesn't change the fundamental problem that you have, which says uh, they should be approximately the same density. That if they, whether it's co-accretion or singular accretion, that both would accrete such that the most dense stuff is in the middle. I'm uncut. I'll wreck you guys. Okay, let's go, puddle hopper. Wreck us. Uh, anyway, I my point about the moon is not that I'm not making any point about the moon landing or anything about. I'm not making any particular affirmation. I'm just saying it's it's incredibly odd. Well, puddle hopper, fortunately, you are not empowered to show it to us. Well, I mean, holograms need to be projected onto a medium, obviously, not just the sky. You need some kind of mirror screen kind of thing, you know. Who who would make a who would make a moon hologram? Yes, I am having a good night, puddle hopper. I am. And how about you? So I don't. I'm not of the mindset that the moon is a hologram. I think that's a rather silly notion. Uh, well, it is the case that the deeper down you drill, once you get past a certain point, um, the that you start seeing increased temperatures because of high pressures underneath the earth, right? So it is the case that high pressure is going to increase temperature, and we can understand why there's higher pressure down closer to the center of the earth because there's more dirt on top of it, right? What if it's really a UFO? Well, see, living for today, I think that's a more plausible explanation. Is that it's like the Death Star, a giant planet-like spaceship. I don't think that's anything that anybody should feel has been determined. It's just I feel shorts to be non-threatening. Thoughts on Planet X, aka Nibiru? I don't have any thoughts on that. I've heard of it before, but I don't remember what the meon it is. I just, I do find it trippy the way that, let's see, Nibiru, the Nibiru cataclysm is a supposed disastrous encounter between Earth and a large planetary object, either a collision or a near miss, that certain groups believed would take place in the early 21st century. Well, so my thoughts on Nibiru is that there is mathematical evidence suggesting there might be a planet X deep in the solar system. This hypothetical Neptune sized planet orbits our Sun in a highly elongated orbit far beyond Pluto. The object, which the researchers have nicknamed Planet 9, could have a mass of about 10 times that of Earth and orbit about 20 times further from the Sun than on average, than Neptune. It may take between 10 and 20,000 Earth years to make one full orbit around the Sun. No direct observation of this object has been made, but the mathematical prediction of a planet could explain other things. In other words, if you put a planet there about that size with about that orbit, it does explain some things that are otherwise unexplained. That's not what's going to hit us. What very well might hit us is Apophis in 2029. If anybody wants to worry about something like that, worry about Apophis. So the thing is, you think the whole world should just smoke a joint and chill? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Can I hit your THC vape? Well, I'm not scared of digging into conspiracy. That's fine. I enjoy the subject. Like I said, I've been watching the Y Files all day. Hi, be fatty. Not much. I mean, I'd say it's just reasonable to conclude that that there are plenty of conspiracies and so forth, you know. There are all these various intelligence agencies with all these black budgets and stuff, and obviously they do stuff. But do I think the Illuminati is real? Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some sorts of organizations that identify themselves as such. Do I think that there are uh, assorted assorted shadow government forces that ultimately wield more power than elected officials? In some ways, yeah, I think that's true.
I find four-leaf clovers.
Rachel found quite a few four-leaf clovers before.
Yeah, I've given them to Eric as gifts.
What's my favorite WNBA team partner? I don't know. What? I don't know. What's a team partner? What am I smoking? I'm smoking some marijuana. I don't want to talk about Shay Langoliers right now. I'm not done talking about conspiracy moon stuff. So the thing is, there are shit tons of weird coincidences just that just don't withstand any scrutiny unless you make one of the following two arguments. You say, well, things are the way they are because if they were any different, they'd be different. So maybe it does seem impossible that we have this Goldilocks zone planet, but that just explains why we're the only people on this. They're the only people on this planet, right? The only life on this planet. But um, I think there's generational wealth that eventually dies out, leaving less people with the most money. Uh, it's another topic, but just remember that there's a big distinction between things that are representative of, quality of life, standard of living, versus things that are representative of equity, like equality. But equality by itself is not a good way to do things. Troll Bogies says, no, I've never watched Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan. Troll Bogies says, pull out your nutsack and set them on your lap through your zipper, please. Well, I'm going to say no, thank you, Troll Bogies. Everyone I watched today was talking about the Rogan interview with Terrence Howard. Huh. Can Planet X hold the keys to the cure for male pattern baldness? Probably not. Terrence Howard says he gained consciousness in the womb. What does that mean? Does he mean he can remember his time in the womb? I find that hard to believe. Uh, as far as, but these are three things that are legitimately odd, right? So there's not any particularly great reason for Antarctica to be off limits and so heavily controlled and stuff. It's just that I guess they figured um, it's odd. It's odd the way that Antarctica is treated. Doesn't matter how wealthy you are, or how much resources you have, you basically can't travel on your own in Antarctica, which is strange. Hey, Dreamsy Smokes Reviews, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. So the thing is, I watch a lot of these kind of videos, and I'll say the Y Files does an excellent job. I mean, that's why I was binging it all day. They do an excellent job, that guy does, of determining, of explaining which things have legitimacy and which don't. For bullshit, he calls bullshit on it. For stuff that's not bullshit, he says, "Well, this is kind of hard to explain. That doesn't seem very credible as an explanation, etc." Yeah, I've kind of been obsessed with it for the last, I don't know, last 12 hours or so of TV time. Maybe even a little more than that, it seems like. it's a very interesting show, and I also wonder if perhaps it's a CIA information campaign. You know, you got to figure there are good guys within the intelligence communities as well, and one could conceive of the CIA running that channel. You know, he's no, he's not an INTJ. He's got much too good at FE, much too TI as well. But his FE is better than a TI, perhaps. Graves, hello. O isn't open to non-mainstream media. Who's O? I don't know who O is. You're already kind of bored of the Wi-Fi, but you still think he's great. Well, I haven't been watching him. It's like I watched a few of his videos before, but then I didn't watch it for a long time, and now I just binged a whole shit ton of them. Well, I'm not. I think he's much more. He's much less incredulous regarding aliens than I am. I was about 6 months maybe inside the womb, and I'm like, okay, don't forget, I'm here. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. You go to sleep, you wake up again. Now something's moving in front of you, and you're like, oh, that's my friend. I had a different name for it. I didn't know it was my hand. What bullshit. Do you remember Leonard Nimoy's Journeys series from the high desert in Arizona? I don't remember that. Did he cover these kind of topics? How you doing?
Tired.
Do you want anything from me?
No, no.
Uh, are you gonna eat anything? You want me to make you something? I'm not super hungry either.
What are you hungry for?
What am I hungry for? I could eat like a lasagna or something.
You want a lasagna?
Yeah, if there's one in there.
I think so. How many minutes?
Uh, I'd say like 7:15 maybe.
7:15.
So okay, I never watched Art Bell, or heard him or anything like that. But I really like the way he puts together the stories, and then goes over the various things he said and explain which ones we ought to believe and which ones we ought not believe. And it's generally uh, okay. Well, Brown Pride Texas Ranger. It won't do you any good to report this stream to your local law enforcement agency. Remember, you need to report it to my local law enforcement agency. If you're going to try to scare me, right? Uh, Howard said a history of governments using chemical warfare against citizens was his reason for refusing the vaccine. Well, that's not a very good reason for refusing it, but he shouldn't need any reason, really. It's his body. He doesn't need to justify when he doesn't want to let somebody stab him with some, yeah. Right. I think all the law enforcement agencies should give this live stream A citation for being awesome. Nice ankle. You're talking about my ankle? You can't see my ankle. Uh, so, I like to believe myself to be a pretty skeptical person and not prone to buying into a lot of crazy nonsense, right? But I don't believe that, obviously, some crop circles that are made as promotions for products and stuff. Some of them, plenty of them, I'm sure, are made by people. But for the ones that pop up overnight with very complex patterns of stuff and and no like way to get between the spots and have that all happen overnight. Like there's this one thing where they said, oh, fun fact: a picture of Art Bell hangs behind the host of Y Files. Really? Well, I just I don't believe, having researched it myself outside of watching his thing about it, but that's what made me look into it more. From what I can tell, it takes even a team of professionals a full 12-hour day uh, in full daylight to put together even a simple design of one of these things. And that's using a lot of, laser pointers, stuff like that, right? I don't believe that many of the crop circles that pop up overnight, you know, I don't believe that they're. I don't believe that we understand how they're made yet. I don't know what that means, but he has a full team. You mean that? You mean that guy, the White Files? Yeah, he obviously. I'm curious at that. I found myself curious a lot of times thinking about how it was that that he put together these videos that he does, right? Like where they get all this stock footage from. Normally, you see footage credit somewhere, but I guess if you have a stock footage um, account, then you don't have to credit it. I'm not sure. Well, Putty Cat, I think a better random speculation to make was that it was a failed actual run at it. It's like some people, some other camp of people besides this, the camp that was saying let's do this. The other camp got in the way of it, and then the worst possible thing occurred. Is that your girl behind? There's nobody behind me. The moment Rachel, my wife, is in the kitchen. Well, it's understandable to be skeptical of crop circles piss off Coach Steve Money. And so do UFOs. They need to stop being so mysterious. I agree. Enough with the enigmatic bullshit, right? ¿Conoces en persona a Diego Maradona? I don't know what conoces means. Am I like the person? Do I have the personality of Diego Maradona? Well, William, it's yet to be demonstrated the mechanism by which they would accomplish that, right? Or in the amount of time that they have to accomplish it, with the level of precision with which it's accomplished at night, right? It's, I guess, not entirely inconceivable, but the other thing is crop circles have been reported for a long time before the current craze about them. The way the corn is folded on crop circles is done by a large object. So I don't know what to make of that, but my point is I don't believe we know how crop circles are made. I don't. I'm unconvinced that any that any of the existing explanations for these things is adequate. What do I think about this? I'm looking at it right now.
Do you have a drink?
Yeah, I have a Coors Edge.
You go.
Um, I don't know what to think of it. I don't know what to think of it. Thank you, darling. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
It's very kind of you.
I'm happy to help.
No road rash tonight. Not even going to be live streaming for a particularly long time. Eric, I deserve better than what? Do you think the crops will die out faster with global warming? Well, I do think that the planet's warming, but it's kind of unclear. And I do think the causes of the warming are somewhat, at least, anthropogenic, which is to say human caused. But I think that's been going on for the entirety of human history. With agriculture, you start messing with especially with farming animals. You start really messing with I guess, the natural balance of plants and animals a bit. But regardless, um, inheritance. Well, right. There are plenty of arguments that say we need to remember feedback loops that work the other direction. So the hotter it is, the more liquid freshwater there is being precipitated, which promotes more growth of vegetation everywhere where vegetation is growing, which absorbs more carbon. So we have to factor that in somewhat. Understand that there might be a we are not. We are not on well water. But most of the county is. Liam Mickey says he knows my address. Well, you and I'm sure a lot of other people. They're running out of water where? Not where I am, not right now. When the glaciers fully melt, say bye-bye to the coastline, essentially it could happen relatively quickly. Well, I mean, the key thing is humans need to adapt, put their energies in towards adaptation, not mitigation. Possibly solvency, but not mitigation. So put your efforts into building seawalls and or moving populations in cities further away from the water. Put your money into carbon sequestration technologies if you really want to do something about it, but don't try to limit the amount of carbon emissions. I don't live in Maricopa County. I live in Mariposa County. Big difference. No, this is Michelangelo's. I'm going to say Garfield because I'm not that much of a lasagna enthusiast. In fact, I prefer the manicottis, but they just don't have them. You got it, Liam. You got it dead on. Hello, Russia. So, it's a weird time we live in, right? We live in a time where the ability to communicate so widely and broadly has ultimately resulted in a very different relationship with mythology than humanity once had. So it used to be a long time ago that there was widespread and broad belief in various kinds of paranormalities. Then we entered into a period where there's almost an aggressive kind of rejection of any such possibilities. And now we're returning to a mishmash of, you know, regarding a lot of things, who really knows? There's a lot of weird shit out there, you know? I I don't feel like I understand the world as well as I once did. You're going to be putting together a hydro-powered backup battery system with the natural spring that runs into your pond into overflow. Hmm. What's my opinion on ventriloquism? I don't know how to do ventriloquism. I do have two nice kitties, both of whom are nice kitties. You could see the one cat and it's sitting there. There's another kitty and she's on her box right there. My kitty cats are. My kitty cats are. I wouldn't mind playing a little chess. Uh, I do think there are dumb questions sometimes. For example, questions not intended to actually elicit answers that are informative, but just um, to provoke a given person, get them off track, waste time, or whatever. The intentionality matters. Yeah, we'll take some bone rips. That's it. Those two cats. Those are the only two pets we have. Are two cats. One thing I am going to say I don't want to do today is talk politics. Now you might say, well, global warming is politics. Well, okay. Well, we'll let global warming be in the gray area here. But I don't want to talk about politics. I'm gonna rip this bong now, Anthony is. RFK, I don't know enough about him to have any opinion about him. I mean, it really doesn't, Matthew Hug. So, it is the case that for people paying a large amount of taxes because, they're getting income from conventional sources or whatever, you can certainly make the claim that whatever percentage of your income they take, that they're impacting your life that dramatically, the politics are. But the thing is, really, that's kind of a false understanding of things. Tomorrow's a bank holiday. No politics at the dinner table. So yeah, the bottom line is, for most of us, we don't engage any political matters in our day-to-day affairs. But we may be impacted by them in some sense. Uh, by and large, society is stable enough that we're not directly impacted by politics a whole bunch. 3 hours of sleep, max, that is too few hours of sleep. 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night is the dead minimum. And really, you need to get twice that. 8 to 10 hours a night. That's what you need. Everybody really needs 8 to 10 hours a night. But we don't typically get it. Obviously, I believe that people's sleep patterns and so forth are that they line up with the rhythms not only of the days and the nights, but also of the seasons. However, we've eliminated those naturally occurring things with all of our electric lights everywhere. Do I believe America was a better place to live 40 or 50 years ago? And if so, why? Well, uh, no, I don't, Kevin Smith, because 40, 50 years ago, we didn't have this. We didn't have the internet. If you want to talk to me about any time of life prior to the digital age, whether it was better than now, I'm going to say no, definitely it was not. Because what do? I spend all my time doing this and or watching shit on streaming services, etc. I am a very word person, information person, language, you know, things that can be conveyed as specific ideas and meanings rather than something else. Think about how much more of a life you can have with learning to sleep 4 to 5 hours a night. You can't learn to sleep 4 to 5 hours a night. I'm sorry, Adrian Garcia, I will not be attending the clown show with you. So you're going to have to go by yourself to the clown show. You can come back here after you're done. I don't really have a genre that I like best of all. I like good songs and I like good tracks. Mostly I listen to music that has singing and words to it rather than instrumentals, but um, it's about, I don't typically listen to a lot of, say, classical music, opera, jazz, but I could or can or whatever. I just read some Chinese astrology that said you might find me too passive. Is this true? They said I might find you too passive? No, I don't find you too passive. I find you perfect just the way you are. Thanks, I made it from scratch. Okay, actually, I asked Rachel to microwave it for me, but same difference. I Ching says cotton is the fabric of our lives. I'll keep that in mind as well. Where's that hot milk? If 9 meals away from anarchy, you were talking about my beloved and lovely wife Rachel. She is not a mother. She has had no children, so she's just uh, Lil, a lady. If we aren't talking politics, what's going on with Taiwan? That's politics. All right, well, Missy and Davenport, I don't know if we're going to karaoke a whole hell of a lot, but I think I will play a little bit of guitar here in a moment or two. I think I'll wow the world with wonder. I mean, if you were truly passive, you wouldn't ask the question, right? Well, the thing is, Kevin Smith, it's bringing you and me together, not making us apart. People agree, disagree. People can be hateful. Sure, like this format empowers haters and just shitty people to come and be shitty for some duration of time before I get rid of them. You know. But it really empowers the creator to control their environment however they want. So I may regret, letting Labola stick around as long as I did, but it was nevertheless my decision to do that. Right? I probably should have booted him sooner, but I could have booted him sooner. Everybody grab their didgeridoo. It's gonna be me and you and didgeridoo from here until Timbuktu. No, I don't. I'm not. I'm not asleep that whole time, right? But I will catch up on those lost hours of sleep. No, Rachel. I think that was an accident. Let me unhide you. I think that was an accident. Sorry, Liam. That was an accident. Okay? I unhid you, though. You're back. It's been a while since you accidentally banned somebody, Rachel. I'm pretty impressed with your improvement in that regard. It was an accident, Liam, okay? No, you cannot get a blue wrench. Nor can or blue Elvis draw. No, you can't. You left a good job in the city. Memorial Day songs, huh? That sounds kind of serious and depressing. I don't even know what I want to play. If I want to, I don't know why I even picked up the guitar. Jesus, so who knows why? I guess I'll play this. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Cinder sparks a soul in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the that shine above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the shine above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual dawn. Singing a lullaby to go to sleep, huh? When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. Monsters and you, and you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood, is my much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me. The departed leave, and I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da-da-da-da-da-da-dee, ba-da-da-da. Bum-ba-dee-dee-da-dee-da-dee-dee, bum-ba-dee-da-na-na-na. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge. A logic to life we divisively alike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and disarray, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. You just can't share things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have bought to when she had the chance to buy, and Julie soon forgot the back soon, and I thought if she ever call, she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how it's a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and disarray, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call destruction of the whole damn world. I don't know that song, so accordingly I cannot play it. Next, I will play Satchel of Helpful Goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every line travel all alone. That's when I look for my sack full of swords and a satchel now filled with bones. Yeah, that satchel and nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Thanks, Big Dog Mofo. I don't wanna make a baby with Rachel because Rachel doesn't want a baby. Many reasons, really. Neither of us want that responsibility, you know? It's a lot of responsibility raising a child. When I wanted it, I wasn't really ready for it. Now that I'm ready for it, I don't want it. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter. Alright, next we're going to play Enemy Ground. This song is called Enemy Ground, and I want to thank Hero Lamb for naming it. He's the one who said, why isn't this song called Enemy Ground? And he was right. That is what it should be called. Okay, here we go. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody had to show. The slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years into and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. Oh, when the smoke is in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The stuff presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. It's too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around, to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a better force, enemy ground, enemy ground. Well, that was good. I think I'll play one more song before I stop playing songs right now. Go play. I think I will play. I think I will play Jesus People. That's my last song, even though it's not a rousing finale. Jesus was people, but absent of sin. He must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought have met, the life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Tough song to sing. I don't really feel super pleased about ending on that though. I didn't execute it very well, so I don't really want to end on one I played poorly. Maybe I should play this one. Well, a Samian story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outweighs discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is rarely just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. everybody panic now. The kids, ooh wow wow, I come up with extra oxygen. Ooh wow wow, mathematics produce success or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in on courses way too young. The urgency comfort is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression. By parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying. Well, feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. Poorly played song. I tried to play it too fast. I was already tired. That's why they call me Horrible Eric, King of Failure. Oh well, such is my burden to carry in life. Oh. Thanks everybody for listening. Who stuck around, I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Oh, there. Got this mouse. It's kind of a hot affair. All the exercise. But I will say this. Here's one positive impact I can point to, I think, from quitting smoking cigarettes. I feel like my breath control is better and I have more air, more wind. So it's been now, tonight in a few hours will be 30 days. So if it were Alcoholics Anonymous, I'd get a chip for quitting cigarettes. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it so much. Very kind of you. Whistleblowers. Hooray for whistleblowers. I agree. Whistleblowers die way too often under mysterious circumstances. Somebody needs to do something to protect whistleblowers more. Emily Cordova says you have so much confidence to go on here and sing like I could never, and you are so good at it. Give him props for being braving. Good night, Emily. Thank you for all of those kind words. I appreciate your positive regard. I will say it doesn't take particularly great amount of confidence or bravery. Well, maybe confidence, I guess, for me, but not bravery, because I've been playing guitar and talking on YouTube for as long as I can remember. Oh yeah, I know I got it, Frog. It's already done and over. It's like I knew it wasn't going to be any chance really of me going back to cigarettes when I made the firm decision to quit, which I did make. I made it gradually over the course of a few weeks before my 53rd birthday. And then I once I made the firm decision, I got accustomed to the idea that I was gonna be stopping on my 53rd birthday, and then I did. Especially after telling people on the channel, which is part of the purposefulness of it. Well, I like to smoke too while I talk, so that makes. You may like to listen while I talk. You like to listen to me talk while you smoke. I like to smoke while talking to you. Listen. Syphamandia. Hello, how are you? And what do you know? So, obviously, when I finish playing songs on the guitar is one of the many triggers that makes me think of cigarettes, which is why I mentioned it at all. And I go, okay, time to go outside for a cigarette. Oh, I don't smoke anymore. Sleepy Roach, I love your dreams because you're calming. Maybe? I don't know. He didn't say why. Who let the simpleton out of the asylum? Who is the simpleton? Is that me, Tarek Kingstown? Am I the simpleton that ought not have been released from some asylum where we keep presumably dumb people? Normally, one doesn't imagine there being particularly asylums for the dumb. And it was replaced by an expression of awe, amazement, and I guess the appearance of having been magnificently rizzed. Well, sir, I understand. Your reaction is not unique to you. Many have such a reaction when dealing with me. Thank you very much, Frog Rock. Well, Tarek's coming in to meet behind the dumpsters after school or something. I'm not sure exactly, but he's not alone in coming in. Both barrels blazing. There have been plenty such parties, do equivalent, heretofore, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more hereafter. Okay, so let's grind up here. You're free for what? For meeting behind the dumpsters after school? Okay. You go to the dumpsters after school and wait indefinitely for me. I may or may not show up at some point. This is a free country. This is a free country. I see. So in America, the people govern, the people rule, and the people are sovereign. Well, I mean, it is the case that in a just society, government enables individuals to maximize their own autonomy and agency by clearly delineating, or actually by clearly upholding individual rights in the courts by criminal and civil liability. Who's sorry? What are you sorry for? I don't think you should be sorry for anything. I don't think you did anything wrong. Well, look, it's perfectly fine for us all to want the whole internet to uphold the free speech values, at least purportedly upheld by most Americans. We're doing everyone else a favor. I hate those things. I don't like those AI. It's like one joke done over and over again with AI song making. Well, all we can do is uphold that which is righteous and just in our discourse and actions. All right. We have limited, but some say or control on stuff beyond that. I agree, Frog Rock. America is a free country and shall still what? I agree with you that America is a free country and that it should be and that it should remain such. I'll tell you what, Furry. This is what you'd call a solution to baldness, huh, Furry? Alistair. I've solved my baldness problem. And I did it with this here hard hat. Arthur Morgan, what you have done there is committed what's known as the fallacy of many questions. A particular fallacy generally exemplified by the example question, have you stopped beating your wife yet? The fallacy, of course, is that it creates a false dichotomy, either of which you're acknowledging something bad. You're sitting on the toilet and pooping and peeing again. Good for you, Travis Herbert. And I am not. Yeah, this hard hat protects me from falling girders and such. Because I will admit, I do live in kind of a area where girders are frequently falling from the sky. I don't have any input in or on the LGBTQ plus community, except to say that I don't believe in groups. So I treat every individual the same, regardless of their group affiliation, either self-identified or otherwise. My ass is a great place for a brief summary of your key responsibilities and, most importantly, your experience in your experience in your mouth, my experience in my mouth. I think you got one of your pronouns wrong there, Travis. No, Truffles BU. I'm happily married to my wife who's 39. It means or over. I'm not interested in anybody because I am happily married. So, obviously, I'm not interested in other people at all. I have a wonderful wife, Rachel, and would never dream of even glancing at anybody else. I don't know. Maybe some people around here are looking for a boyfriend. Not me. Again, for the same reason. Also, the additional thing that I'm heterosexual. I love my wife so much. She and I are perfect for one another. So, this hard hat also protects me from people throwing themselves at me, which does surprisingly sometimes happen. And, people do plenty of hey girl into, people do plenty of hey girl into Rachel too. How do we all meet? Right here on YouTube. I knew her as a channel person when I was dating my previous girlfriend. Then I broke up with that lady. And I tried dating locally, tried to like date some lady locally. That didn't work out. I said, fuck it. I'm gonna try to date somebody from far away, maybe even. You know, I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna put a video of saying, "Hello, it's me again, talking about my life as I always do. I I need a new girlfriend. Does anybody want to be my girlfriend?" Basically, is what I said. And I no, it's not like Rachel sent me an email. Yes, I would like to be that. Instead, around the same time, she hired me to type her, and then which is doing this typing service thing that I used to do. Anyway, I chatted her up. We hit it off pretty well, and before I knew it, I was in love. I was in love. And the rest is history. We've been together ever since. That was 4 years and 9 months ago that Rachel and I hooked up or got together, whatever you want to call it. Became boyfriend and girlfriend. Those are our pronouns. Or they were before we were married. Now we're hyph and husband. Those are our transgendered spousal pronouns. Yeah. Fast forward. Now we live together in Mariposa with our 2 cats. We had a wedding. Our parents came and everything. We got these rings. They signify that you're married. Apparently, that's what I hear. Meow, says BS. Meow indeed. So I've talked about Antarctica a little bit. I've talked about moon plenty. Crop circles. I don't know. It's conceivable that they're all made by humans, just normal human explanations, right? But and what else could they possibly be, right? They're one way or another they express their conveyances of some sort on this planet. It would require a great deal of powerful evidence to convince me that the best explanation is of non-terrestrial origin. However, it looked like a glitch for a second. Yeah, well, I didn't. I'm still fine. My matrix hasn't been blue or red pilled. We are the hottest couple on YouTube. What I really enjoyed watching last night, I think I will try to find this individual's YouTube channel again so I can link to him and recommend the video I watched last night, at least, which is it was by this young guy who's so his name is Meta Boucher. He only has 77.4 thousand subs, but this video he put up 7 months ago has 1,000,006 views, 1,000,006 views. So anyway, he's really, I think he's an excellent YouTuber. He's very personable, likable, responsible. Really want to have in a YouTuber, really. Have we passed the great filter yet? What's the great filter? All right, good. Glad to hear it, Brown Pride, Texas Ranger. Of course, if you were going to report me, you need to report me for something, right? Some kind of misdeed. So, if you did want to convince me of that, you need to actually articulate what specific thing you reported me for doing. So you've seen crop circles. What's your take on Rube? What's your take on crotch circles, Ruben R? But I'd like to get other people's take on this as well. Are crop circles are all crop circles made by people? That's the poll question I'm going to ask. Okay, are all crop circles made by people? It glitched on your end again. It might be, maybe I'm having a problem with the stream or something here. It might be you need to close the app and reopen it. Hello, Andrea Lopez. Northside C. Yo, hello, and how are you doing? Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Why would you want to? Oh, BS. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Brown Pride Texas Ranger did not actually report me in any capacity because his original claim was that he was reporting me to his local law enforcement office, which makes no sense at all. And when I asked him to articulate what it was exactly he felt like he was reporting me for, he never articulated anything. So he's just trying to provoke an emotional reaction like fear, basically. But I'm not worried because I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of it is to potentially, I guess, provoke conversation like this, but even more than that, probably to make me demonstrate some kind of fear or anxiety. What did you just scroll onto? The internet's only YouTube channel featuring me, host Eric, and the greatest live stream that ever was or will be, Talking with Famous People. And that's what you scrolled onto. Today we're talking not about famous people or with famous people. Then we are instead talking about crop circles, Antarctica, and moon weirdness. I have more talked about moon weirdness and crop circles than I have Antarctica. So there is some very old map that predates um, that predates contemporary, satellite imaging, mapping, and whatever. You don't believe in Antarctica? You don't believe Antarctica exists? No, you played the agency one good. What's the agency one? I don't know what you're talking about. I came here to say meow and listen to the chill topics. These should be pretty chill topics. Antarctica is as chill a topic as it gets. So, the thing is, it is the case that there are plenty of parts of Antarctica that are way too cold for people to normally deal with. There could be more land somewhere. Well, Antarctica is land. It is a landmass. It's not just a chunk of ice. It's just that it's completely covered in ice. But the thing is, there's purportedly a map from hundreds of years um, before modern technology. There's a copy of an even earlier map that shows Antarctica 1,000 miles north of where it is now, and not covered in any ice, and also it seems to accurately map Antarctica, including certain mountain ranges and stuff. All right, why is it that no one can go there? Well, it's because of this treaty that we were party to back in the 50s. They basically split up Antarctica among, I think, 12 different countries. No, I did not catch his interview of Terrence Howard. Who is Terrence Howard? Why do I keep hearing his name? What would he interview him about? What did he interview him about? Well, I mean, my point would be it's conceivable that if a map were copied from far long enough back in history that things could have moved around some. I don't know, but it's a weird anomaly, if nothing else. A lot of weird anomalies. I like watching that kind of stuff. Antarctica is a particularly unusual thing because for example, like underneath Antarctic ice, there is supposedly landmass, right? The Great Filter posits that extraterrestrial life is scarce due to unlikely evolutionary hurdles that filters that inhibit deployment. Okay, well, I don't believe in that at all because I don't believe in evolution. In other words, I don't accept that evolution explains speciation. Oh, I mean, normally I watch a bunch of different things. I was on a particular kick on some of these conspiracy stuff, right? Most of these conspiracy things are easily dismissed, but some of them are less easily dismissed. And what I'm talking about Antarctica is just, I'm not talking about any particular conspiracy. I'm not talking about aliens, for instance. I'm saying purportedly there's a landmass under all that ice. Like what was I watching today? Today I was watching this one YouTube channel all day, which is where what made me interested in talking about these topics today. Keep in mind, Andrea, this is not what I normally talk about. However, I was watching this Y-Files channel today. It's a YouTube channel that talks about conspiracy stuff. I think he does a pretty fair and even-handed job of it, analyzing the things. You've got to remember that I am the most rigorous thinker you're going to encounter, really. I don't have a vested interest in any of these things. And I'm not discussing them because I have a clear advocacy that I'm advocating. I'm not saying anything, I'm not saying aliens or anything like that. I'm saying there are a few things here that are interesting and difficult to explain with conventional explanations. No, I don't think they have a place. I don't even know what you're talking about, Andrea. What I'm saying is, I think it's interesting how limited the capacity of individuals to travel at Antarctica is. I acknowledge that some of that has to do with the extremely brutal conditions there that are going to make it deadly for much of the year and much of the continent. And also that apparently there's a landmass under there, unlike at the North Pole where it's just sea ice, right? I don't have a son, be fatty. So yeah, personally, I don't believe aliens have visited our planet. I don't believe there's any alien technology that we have possessed from extraterrestrials. I just don't buy it. No, but I don't doubt that the treaty that was made for the Antarctic continent in the late 50s basically divided up the continent between, I think it was 12 different countries. I have no doubt that America uses its slice of Antarctica however it sees fit, including things like that potentially. But um, well, like I said, Be Fatty, you definitely have the wrong guy because I don't have a son. So that eliminates me for being your guy. You'll have to ask your homie, Be Fatty. You could ask your homie, or you could ask the son that purportedly took your homie's money, but I have nothing to do with it whatsoever. You've seen too much, man. It is enough. What's enough? I don't understand what you're saying, Short King. So Winston's mom links a link to Joe Rogan interviewing Terrence Howard. Oh, my son from the future. I'm not planning on having any future sons either. Zack Attack says, my dad was a terrible dickhead. My dad was a bit of a dickhead too, but also somebody who loved me, you know. Terrence Howard is legitimately insane, Professor Dave explains. 3.04 million subscribers, 48 minutes. At Joe Minton, am I? Oh, am I? Where's Joe Minton? In my live chat? Yeah, I am. Oh, there. Andrea, you are correct. That's what he said. Oh, am I? That's not the link to the Rogan interview. Well, but it's a link to Russell Brand's take on that interview, which is fine. If you want to hear somebody not very smart give their take on something, you can check out Russell Brand's take on the matter. No, I don't care. I couldn't care less. Yeah, Russell Brand is a terrible thinker. Just a real facepalm inducing, head shake provoking, just failure to be smart. That's what he is. Oh, yeah, well, that's wrong to say I could care less. I could not care less makes sense. I could care less. It only means that I I care at least a little more than the minimum. Kind of silly to link someone's take on an interview instead of the actual interview. Well, you know what, Unicorn Ninja? I think maybe Winston's mom said, uh, you know what I would say if I were Winston's mom? Find it yourself, lazy butt. That's what I would say. And just to just remove the link just to punish you for your ingratitude. Joe Minton says all those so-called UFO sightings that are points of light are demonic spirits. So you are not a believer in Christ. The scriptures say those who don't believe are already perishing. Me? I'm Christian. I didn't even respond to what you're saying about that. I don't know why you would conclude that about me, Joe Minton. Did I say anything to give you that indication? Soybean circles are greater than corn circles. Oh, okay. Sorry, Joe Minton. You weren't talking to me. Fine. Okay, fine, Unicorn. Yeah, I seem to be just screwing up left and right here. I'm messing everything up. Now everybody hates me. Well, what are you going to do? Crop circles make you dizzy? Well, I'm not saying I do think that they're not, Hildred. I'm asking the question, are all crop circles made by people? 46% of people say no. Earthworm Jim, you'll have to ask those who make crop circles and or those who binge on meth that question. That question is clearly not directed at me since I do neither. I made them. Intrusive Thoughts says that he made the crop circles. Who's to say for certain, Cosmic Pentastar? Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that if we can conceive of these things being done by humans, if it's possible for it to have been done by humans in secret, then we must assume that that's much more likely than it being done by some other agency. What up, dickheads? Says Tiana. I appreciate that greeting a lot. That's a great entry. What up? What's up, dickheads? I like it. It's good. No, must have been a misunderstanding. I was just recommending you watch it in a stream. Okay, thank you for that. I'm sorry for misunderstanding. You know, my constant failure continues. John Mellencamp makes them. John Mellencamp makes crop circles? Well, I don't want any of that earthworm jam. Anything that's blue at all probably has fentanyl in it. Listen, Tiana Chan, I don't mind you calling me a dickhead, but I'm not a dick. Generally, I'm a pretty nice guy. You look like you got some buyers, Jim. Cut the crop, mister. Says Haystack Sniper. Hildred says, for real. Tiana Chen says, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Sorry, lol. No problem. Richard Head says, Catalyst. Earthworm Jim asks, am I single? The answer is no, I am happily married to my wonderful wife. Her name is Rachel, and she's all right. All the winners have met here. And now we have a competition of champions. Who will be the winner of the winner, the king of kings, the gold medal of gold medalists? So almost half of people believe that at least some crop circles are made not by people, but by some other force. I could conceive of there being some heretofore not understood thing that's other than human agency, but that's not extraterrestrial. You know, some kind of natural explanation? I don't know. Well, unless she's gone to sleep, I would suspect she's currently here in the chat. So she's, depending on the evening, you may very well find her streaming instead of me, although I do stream a lot more than she does. Does she believe in crop circles? Well, it's a little more complicated than that, Catalyst, actually. No, Andrea is not my wife. What's her channel? If she's here, then she'll say something. I could pull it up. Hold on. If I go up, if she's there. Rachel says her ancestors came from Antarctica. So she doesn't have a whole bunch of stuff up on her channel, but a little bit. Okay. Paste. Pow. Pow. Yeah, she'll be around again. Oh, there she is. Is the Earth flat too? I don't think the Earth is flat. No. I mean, I get what you're saying, Catalyst. There is general consensus that, for good reason as well, that because we can conceive of human mechanisms by which they're made, and they appear to display obvious sentient agency, that by far the best explanation conceivable is that humans have made them, right? But I'm asking that question because I do find it somewhat, some things about them odd, you know? And no, I don't believe in nonsense like flat Earth. And I'm not a lizard person. I have 17,000 subs and only 33 people on live. That's actually quite good, Earthworm Jim, believe it or not. I was at this other lady's live stream the other day. She has 50,000 plus, and she had fewer viewers in the live stream than I do throughout the duration of the stream. So just goes to show you. Jesse Gelatinous says, if you can perceive the earth as flat, then it becomes a vast infinite plane. But our brains limit our perceptions, and as such, we can only conceive the sphere. Well, if it's an infinite plane, how do you know it's a plane? It being infinite, it's impossible to tell how much it curves. On a scale of 1 to 10, and 10 being ed level high, how high of an education am I? Well, I mean, it would depend on the specific subject matter, right? So when it comes to, say, competition flow debate, where I was a professional coach in it, I would say my knowledge level is 10. But when it comes to astrophysics, it's, I don't know, what am I comparing against? Against the highest possible and then complete ignorance, or against the average person? I'm sure it's higher than the average person, but much lower than an actual astrophysicist, you know? I found your live. Someone posted it on Craigslist. Is that where you go to seek out recommendations for a live stream? Is Craigslist? That's interesting. No, I don't think that crop circles are aliens. Geeks with feet. Are you not listening to my words? Do you like channels where Filipino women pluck their armpit hairs? No, I don't, obviously. You like my shirt? Thanks. I like it too. Oh, so you are 2.5 right now. Got it. I don't know what that means. If you're saying that because my estimate on, say, are you, so are you saying that I'm doubling my actual knowledge estimate of my knowledge of astrophysics? I mean, all I'm saying is I'm probably more knowledgeable than the average person, but vastly less knowledgeable than somebody who's an expert in it, you know? As is the case with everything that requires a certain amount of specialization. It's an old FBI adage. CPNI means crop people never enter. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Billions of people have cameras on them at all times. No one is capturing aliens. No one's capturing angels or miracles. No Bigfoots. Nothing shocking, isn't it? Well, I would tend to agree, Catalyst, that the lack of determinate footage of things that we deem paranormal is much more consistent with them just being mythological. However, it's also the case that paranormal is kind of a defined scope of stuff between things for which we have regular explanation, and things for phenomena which we don't seem to understand at the moment. If it, as soon as it gets an explanation, it ceases to be paranormal. So, does there exist a category of things which fall under the category of paranormally stuff? Yes. Is there always a perfectly reasonable explanation for it? Well, no, because there's not always, we don't always come up with one, right? So, no, there's not always a perfectly reasonable explanation for it, but that doesn't mean that it's something magical necessarily. All right, let's see what's going on here. 2.5 crops? I don't know what that means. Astrophysics is a made up theory. I mean, you're just doing the math of like orbits and stuff, objects in space and orbiting. Red Hood is a snake in a carrot. I don't know who Red Hood is. Do you know Jeff? I do not know Jeff. I don't know who you're talking about. Can you see yourself in the mirror when you turn off the lights? My friend Cap can't. The news is watching now. We are busted. Why did Jesus fart in my mouth? I don't know. Good question. Oh my God. Look who is up? Question mark. What's going on with the combo pops? Question mark. Not a whole lot. Talking about various things. Link for Jilly and Nanya. The reason I am gay is paranormal but not real. Can you say come back? No, I don't think I'm going to say that. Name something that used to be considered paranormal. Maggots. Maggots growing on meat. Used to think it was something called spontaneous generation. Okay. Speaking of physics, I found this channel through Grinder. Anything you'd like to share with this? Share this. Like to share this with regard to the Milky Way. First of all, I don't like it when people falsely accuse me of things. I've never been on Grinder. You could not possibly have found it through Grinder. I guess like maybe some gay people, but never mind. Maybe you could have found it through Grinder. Jeff opened for ZZ Top. Do you like snack cakes? Sure. Would you ever wear a long sleeve shirt in Florida? I don't want to go to Florida. Jeff is not a veteran. Okay, Jeff's not a veteran. SCN is the only source for credible crop circle news. Check it out. Okay. Well, a 2.5, huh? So that's called defamation 117, Harper. You're making false accusations. This guy's NPC in. I'm pretty sure I am a player character. Sam with his finger waving in the air already. Who's Sam? Jeff used to make breakfast for Johnny Depp. Laura is racist. Well, good for Laura or bad for Laura? Wow, now you're being investigated. Good job, buddy. Being investigated by whom? I'm not being investigated by anybody. I was told about this live in the bathroom. Okay, you guys just need to knock the shit off. All right. Melanie, I'm timing you out. There. There's a community led by Nanya that daily defames and convicts with no trial. Well, I don't know who Nanya is, but they can attempt to do that. However, defamation does incur actual civil liability. It may be difficult to win a case, but Who's Ed? I don't know who Ed is. But in general, I'd say that sounds like something that you maybe are. I don't know who you're talking about. If it were literally true, then I guess it were relevant somehow. But I don't know who Ed is. We've got quite an adventure here in the live stream tonight, don't we? Okay. All right. Well, we clearly have a bit of a coordinated troll swarm here tonight, which is fine. I don't necessarily disapprove of people doing that. It's more interesting than the normal kinds of trolling I get for sure, and I appreciate that. No, I don't want to give a shout out to that, if you don't mind. This is interesting. I've never experienced this phenomenon before, and I do appreciate new live stream phenomena. It's not like usually when I encounter people who are attempting to troll and or say things that aren't to be taken seriously or whatever, then it's something I've encountered before. But this I've not encountered this before, so good job. Okay, well, it's pretty difficult to do that, Agent Shram. Thank you for your warning. I appreciate it. And yes, I got that Sam Clinton network. That the Sam Clinton network is the news source for crop circles and crop dusting. Let me look at your channel, okay? Go to channel. I don't see anything about crop dusting on your channel. I mean, crop circles. You have nothing on your channel at all about that. So, you are lying. I'm not going to mod anybody. You don't need to worry about that. I don't plan on modding anything at all, anyone at all. I never do. Every once in a very long while, I will mod somebody, but not really anymore. I'm not going to ban people for not doing things that aren't bannable, okay? Like, cult here is saying something defamatory and that it's a false accusation, which is that I could have something to do with Grinder, which I definitely don't and never have. So I'm going to time him out for that. People can be nut jobs all they want, but I'm not inclined to I mean, he's linking to it. Lots of people have. Well, I'm not. Oh my goodness. Yeah. People are not going to successfully frighten me with claims that they have information about me or whatever. It's not difficult to get information about me, etc. So just everybody chill out, okay? Professor Dave explains Okay, well, I don't want you to blow me at all. I am happily married. I don't know who the panel therapist is. What does ban evading mean? I don't even know. Is the door even closed? Yeah, my doors are always kept closed and locked. Precisely because I have so much. I will try to repeat your question, Gremlin. Okay, I will address it in a second. Repeat your question, and I will. I will. I mean, is there? It's one or a couple of people who are um, coordinating in some fashion. All right. So I don't know who the panel therapist everyone knows is. How do I buy some crop circles? Good question. Have I seen the film Signals? No, I have not seen the film Signals. Do you want to tell me something about it? Yeah. Okay. You remove that. Has anyone from YT showed up to your house? You hit him right then. He calls the police when he shows up uninvited. No. I actually have had somebody show up to my house uninvited. Oh yeah, I have seen. I've seen that movie. With is that the one? Don't you mean Signs? You mean Signs? It's called Signs, not Signals. Um, like at a previous house, I did have somebody show up uninvited to my house, but it wasn't a big problem. I was just like, why are you here? What are you doing? So, it is what it is. This is a different house. I live in a much more defensible space now. I live in a very isolated rural area. So, if somebody's driving by or whatever, it's not going to escape my notice. It's rare enough. Oh, shit. I forgot about, I gotta go get a trash can from the other house. We may need to take a little field trip now to the other house. You guys want to go on a field trip? You do? That's wonderful. Meow. That would be appreciated, sure. Okay, let me get my glasses here, and I will attempt to address some of this wildness in the chat today. Yeah, we'll take it side by side. The little wilderness car. We'll take it down the street. We'll take Ruben a new trash can, and we will take away his old trash can. Yeah, you get smoking here. You're not getting a new trash can, but Ruben is. Taking him an empty trash can over to the other house, and I'm taking back to this house a full trash can. Have I ever checked out Dude Tube? No. No, I don't smoke meth. This is one of my cats. His name is Trouble. He likes to be watched while eating. I mean, it's just one of those nights, Rachel. Everyone's kind of, I think that multiple of these accounts are one or possibly two people, right? Yes, I see your words, Earthworm Jim. You should try it. It's great. It gives you a bunch of energy, no side effects. What does? Forklift? We're trying to have fun and find new spaces at Rachel Strauss, and this stalker hacker at Sam Clinton Network has followed us. Well, I mean, the thing is, the panel therapist, it doesn't work like that, right? Sam Clinton Network can't find where you are. It doesn't work like that. Okay, Forklift says, oh, math. I have tried it plenty of times in the past, but I don't do it anymore. I've replaced it uh, with a more sustainable form of amphetamines, namely Adderall. Sam Clinton eats grapes at the grocery store and doesn't pay for them. Wow, that's harsh. Sorry to hear that you say that. So I would say, in general, everybody, look, stop talking shit about this person. Okay, it's not fun or funny any longer. Many new friends, says Rumsky. See, the thing is, crazy though tonight's chat is, I would rather have it like this than any other way. I enjoy the opportunity to engage with some new eyes that I haven't seen before. It's because everyone's off Sunday. You get Saturday night trolls on a Sunday. These people are defaming me. Well, you're not wrong, Sam Clinton Network. Potentially, I don't know. You'd have to establish that what they're saying is factually untrue. Good sir, do you know Jeff McClurg? He's a well-respected vet around these parts. He knows Madonna and has slept with over 300 women. No, I've never heard of this person. Jeff McClurg. See, somebody likes us, guys. Do you husk your own corn on the cob at the store or when you get home? When I get home. PCI has a catch? What's PCI? No, I don't have Cash App. You've been a good sport, mystery crop circle guy. You're a good dude. Well, thanks, Earthworm Jim. Yeah, I understand people do tend to come for the cat, stay for the lack of better options. All right, I'm going to end the... well, actually, I'll just end the vote now. Well, good for him. I appreciate his directing people towards this YouTube channel rather than some other. I feel totally down to participate in such experiments done by other people. After all, it's kind of implicit to what you do when you're live streaming, right? You understand that you're going to be engaged with random people about random shit. Jen A came over and Jen A can come over and talk to you about the Bible. No, thank you. Would you like to join a panel discussion sometime to discuss the crop circles? I mean, I am not opposed to it in theory. I have an email that's on the description of every video that you can email me if you have a date and time for it. I'd be happy to join the panel. I don't feel like an expert or anything, but I do have my opinions about it. I think that I'm skeptical of the purported hoaxsters who supposedly did all these things. Their explanation just isn't very convincing. Okay, well, I haven't dismissed flat Earth entirely, right? And what I'm saying, Matthew Alistair, is in the status quo, I don't see any reason to believe in a flat Earth. Okay? All right, cool. Great, Haystack Sniper. Sounds fun. A lady named Denise would like you to have a conversation. Well, same thing. I would be happy to engage in whatever kind of conversation people want to have with me. If they've got something going on and they want to include me in something like that, I'm generally open to try anything. What I'm bad at is making such stuff happen myself, by and large, I would say I'm always up to be interviewed by anybody for their channel. What is your opinion on crop circles? What do you think makes them? I don't know. I'm assuming it's people in some capacity, but I would acknowledge that it's at least conceivable that that there's some other kinds of, I don't know, agency or natural force or something that might have something to do with them. I will say that there are certainly some examples of them which it represents kind of a remarkable achievement to have gotten it done all in one night as well as it was done. And it's possible, but accordingly, I think we should conclude that in the status quo, the explanation is in some way, shape, or form, possibly in some manner that we don't understand yet, people are responsible for these. But it's odd, I would note that there are reports of crop circles from way back when, before any internet, before even photographs. Makes you wonder a little bit. I mean, I'm a little hesitant to wholeheartedly dismiss the mysteriousness of things that are mysterious by using this strategy. Well, I can come up with various vague possible things that might make a normal explanation plausible, but the point I would make is I don't think we currently have the correct explanation for exactly how they come about. If people are doing it, they're using some techniques, for some of them, that are more sophisticated than the ones that we know about. All right, so now I've gone to the bathroom. I got to go over to the other. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to wash my hands right now. I'm about to go take trash cans. So there's no point in washing my hands. Okay, bye. Bye and goodbye. No, I don't have a bidet. Okay, I will check it out here. No point in what? Washing my hands? Right, well, because I'm going to be dealing with trash cans right now. So why would I bother messing with washing my hands when I'm going to go? I'm just about to go do a task where I move trash. All right, what's the temperature? 57? That's a little cold for just this one light jacket. I should probably put on some socks. I'll put on this hat too. Because, the little wilderness car, doesn't have a, it doesn't have windows or whatever, just it's open to the air. Hi, darling. For some reason I thought you were upstairs.
Oh.
Don't know why.
Oh, you alright?
Yeah. Let me just put on some socks.
I figured I'd use my regular routine of hanging out in bed, getting tired, taking my medicine, and going upstairs.
Cool. Sounds good. Okay. And I want to get a flashlight too. I want to get over there. Here. This is the flashlight we want. All right. Now, Brandon21 says definitely a Biden voter. I'm definitely not a Biden voter. But I guess, well, hopefully, I guess you learn to trust your intuition about people less, because it's obviously wildly off base. So I will roll a joint smoke on the way. I've not refused to talk to him, Matthew. First of all, I don't need to constrain myself to using these terms or those terms. I'll use whatever terms I see fit. I'm a better determiner of what terms I should use in which context than other people are, for sure. And second of all, I am not refusing to talk to him. I sent him an email. To the best of my knowledge, he has not replied. You're named Rob? No, I'm not named Rob. Hubert Flankton. And most of all, what I say is I have yet to be convinced that my conventional understanding of the earth is wrong. Not that I'm unconvincible of it, okay? But there's a lot to explain, and, you know, for example, the first question I'd ask is escape velocity, you know. But regardless, what are you saying to avoid shadow banning? How am I going to possibly be shadow banned, and by whom? What are you even saying? What are you thinking? I have no idea what you're talking about. I emailed the guy, okay, because he, as far as I can tell, he didn't respond at this point. So it's like already you're requiring me to contact him. Why don't you require him to contact me? I'm amenable to having the conversation. I'm not opposed to it. You need to stop thinking I'm like you, Matthew. I don't believe in things like that. In all instances, I conditionally state the correct position in the status quo based on what I know, right? I don't use any math. Not even on an irregular basis. Although there once was a time in my life when I did use math. That was like 20 years ago. How about you? Are you a huge fan of it yourself or what? Alright, so. God damn it. I need a regular lighter. This went out already. Alright, let's take an empty trash can. Like this one right here. And we're gonna. Oh, gross. Fucking cats. Come on. Let's get this thing. What is it? It's a dead mole, I think. Dead mole. All right, well, we cleaned it up now. How gross is that? A dead mole. Poor mole. I wish the cats wouldn't kill things so much. All right, now we'll go back in the house, get a regular lighter, and we'll go down the street. For those who don't know, we're about to take a little road trip in a little wilderness car. Be aware, there will be a minute and a half, perhaps as long as 2 minutes, but hopefully not any longer than that, in which we briefly disconnect before we get from here to the, it's a little chilly, to the other house, okay? And the car I'm taking doesn't have any sides to it, you know, it's like a utility vehicle, so it's under 60 degrees, and I just have on a light jacket, this hat, I put some socks on. You ready for fun? You ready for fun and excitement? There it is. Okay. Now I've got the key. Let's put you guys on the seat, and you can stand up and look out the window. Okay, now we're going to turn this camera around like this. There we go. All right. Ow. I funny boned myself. Don't funny bone it yourself. Because there's nothing fun about that. Disconnect shortly. I guess I could leave these lights on, maybe. Did you put it in the...
Wait, it's not there though, is it?
No, I put an empty trash can on the porch, right?
Last time, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm coming to pick up the full trash can and give you another empty trash can. Is this...
You left one on, there's still one on my porch? I don't think so. I thought you just brought it back last time.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right. I forgot. I needed to bring you 2 trash cans then.
Yeah.
One to take it back with me and one to give you a new trash
Hey
can.
man, I thought I was...
No, I'm the one who's crazy.
Okay, cool, at least it's you.
Yeah.
Can you open that?
Yeah.
Hopefully I can fit all this.
Excellent work, Ruben.
Thank you.
Now, could you put that in the back? And I'll come back with an empty trash can.
Cool, sounds good.
I think we could maybe stand this up. Or, I don't know, what do you think? I think the thing's going to fall over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's wide enough not to move around. But if we can tie it down, like that, something like that.
Not there. There's other bungee cords here, though.
True. Look at tie it like right.
No, look. You just go around it and go to the same thing you came from.
True. One more bungee cord.
All right, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll be back with a trash can.
Very good.
Well, I totally... Well, obviously I had my head in my ass. Let's just put it that way. My head was deeply embedded inside of my ass. I believed I had left an empty trash can over here. But I hadn't. Well, I guess I didn't, yeah. Sometimes you think you did something, but it was really the week before. Because, see, their trips lasted a week longer than we originally anticipated. So I guess that's why I got confused. Or maybe not. Maybe I just got confused because I'm easily confused. That's a possibility too. I don't feel like backing down this way. So what I would do instead is pull forward. Whoa, you. Don't get antsy here, okay? Don't get all crazy. Don't get all fall over trash cans. Now, what we're going to do next, we're going to get the full trash can, which needs to go up the street. Let's turn this off for a second. Alright. So, we'll get this full trash can, but let's also get the kitty litter trash. It's sometimes called the grossest of all trashes. Okay. So this trash, now I'm putting in this trash can. This trash can needs to go up to the street. But you know what? Rather than driving the little car over there, I'll just pull this up to the street. That'll just be a little bit easier, I think. It's not very far. Okay. So it sure is dark around here. You know, there aren't any street lights. It's just darkness. Now I know how Joan of Arc felt. Okay, now let's take him over there. Take Ruben and Acacia a new empty trash can. Put it right here. This one's empty. I don't mind tilting it over on its side. Okay. So we gotta make another quick trip to the other house, drop off this trash can, and then we will be back. We will come back here, and we'll be done. Should we go in and pull a quick bong rip first? I mean, I'm already smoking a joint, but let's step inside for a second. We're back home. All right. So, I feel like I want to wash my hands now. Yeah, we went to the rental. I agree that it's not true just because it's the status quo. Nothing's true just because it's the status quo, but the burden's on those changing the status quo to win and sustain the arguments against rebuttal. I mean, if this is one way in which science and debate are a little different. Like, in debate, whoever is changing the status quo is the affirmation. And they have the burden to affirm accordingly. In life, though, it's like evolution's bullshit precisely because it fails to explain, and it claims to explain. Or if it doesn't, then it's of no value, because what else could it be besides an explanation? So, in the world of science, whether or not something's affirming has to do with whether it's presenting, what kind of thing it's presenting, right? Like, if it's presenting an explanation, then it's responsible to make that argument. But according to the debate, if I were going to argue against evolution, I have to affirm that evolution is not correct, because it's changing the status quo. Well, certainly it appears as though one can see a curve of a moon on certain full moons and certain nights that you wouldn't expect to see in something that was flat. But it's like, the thing is, if in fact the Earth is flat, then how long has it been that people have been wrong about this? Because as far back as Galileo or before, they understood the planets as sphericals, perfect spheres, perfect circles. They didn't understand them as flat. So, like, when did we ever understand the truth about the Earth, or are we just coming to understand it now? If we did come to understand the truth about it, when did that occur? And why does the status quo persist in the face of, say, contrary evidence? All right. Let's get this done. Back over to Ruben and Acacia's. We'll drop off their trash can. And if you guys are very, very good, both on the way there and back, when we get back, maybe I'll give you an ice cream sandwich. We do have some in the fridge. I mean the freezer, obviously. You can't put ice cream sandwiches in the refrigerator. They'll melt. Okay, here we go. As with before, you're going to lose connectivity with me here for a minute or two. And then we'll regain connectivity when we're in range of the other house's Wi-Fi. Property line. Don't cross that line. Whatever you do, don't cross that line. Hold on one sec. I don't want to run you over. And then we'll go forward a bit. Like this. Meow. There. Now, meow this meow. And we'll go get connecting in a minute or two. Got the trash and we brought it. Got the trash and we brought it over here. We did it. We did it. Put it on. Yeah, we did it. All right. We put the little wilderness car back in the garage. Yeah, we did it. We did it. I know, everybody. I'm impressed too. I'm impressed by how clean my garage is. Whoever knew that one day I'd have a clean garage? Who would imagine? Who would ever have imagined the day that I, Eric Strauss, would actually have a clean garage? I mean, cleanish, you know, what do you expect? It's not going to be all perfectly to your standards all the time. You're such a fussy bus after all. Do not need to be seeing that. Okay, we're back. Done with our outing. Really wasn't that cold. I probably could have done without the fuzzy hat, but whatevs. At least I wasn't cold. Let's see here. Read Quentin Skinner's Vision of Politics if you want to read about the status quo and how we got here. I mean, those kind of things are speculative or metaphorical. Yeah, that's not. We got here, the idea, you know, I have not read any of Quentin Skinner's stuff, but we do have a difficult relationship with meaning right now. Only a few of us are up for the challenge of information behind the new age, you know. Yeah, okay, ice cream sandwich. All right. You guys were good, both there and back. That's fine. We'll get an ice cream sandwich. What I didn't mention is that the ice cream sandwich is actually for me, not for you. I know, I was misleading. I'm sorry. I misled you. Wow. Wolfson History Prize, huh? Interesting. Thanks, Winston's mom. Well, maybe I'll have to read the guy. I typically don't like what you might call I just generally I'm very suspect of historical analysis. Oh, is that what it's called? I didn't know that's what Android's operating system was called. That's also what my ice cream sandwiches are called. Ice cream sandwich. I am the most real reality show ever. It's true. It is very real. You get to see everything that happens whenever I'm meowing. Whatever I'm meowing, you're meowing with me, you know? Every once in a while, I might mute the mic to have a private exchange of words with Rachel, but not very often. We're not oiling up, okay? I've already oiled down, left, right, and forwards and backwards. I'm not oiling up as well. Phil McCracken, I will do no such thing, okay? I will do no such thing. Obviously, as you can see, my wife just removed your comment. Why? Because that's disrespectful to her. Lamau. I'm chill or not chill, depending on your perspective, I guess, about various different things. But what I'm not is particularly overly fussy. Some people say I'm underly fussy. There's always a line to walk. I like to engage with people, not punish them. However, it's also the case that some people are just straight up shitty, toxic, horrible people that I'm ill-served to let stick around for too long. I get it, Jane. You are straight tootin'. Good for you. Shove that coffee cup up your ass, says Tay Tuft. Well, that is an interesting suggestion. But I'm not going to for a number of reasons. One, that's not something I do on while streaming. That's something one would do potentially by oneself if one were going to attempt such a thing. But number two, this would not fit up my butt. This is way bigger than my butthole will ever be. Number three, once it has poop on it, I just have to throw the coffee cup away. So just be injuring my butthole while wasting a perfectly good coffee cup at the same time. W Gramps. Well, it's better than L Gramps, I guess. Orangutan. Mithrinder. Adamantine. Butt injury. Bathinjury. Fair. Well, thanks, Jane. Jane has declared me both based and swag. If I could just be dank as well, I'd hit the trifecta. I appreciate your positive regard. How much to eat a glizzy, Unc? I don't do tricks for money, and I do not know what that means. I'm sure it's something profane and undesirable, but it's not my cup of meow. So anyway, I ordered this shit, okay? I ordered this stuff last night. It's called Canna, okay? I ordered Canna last night. What does that mean? Check it out here. Glizzy is a hot dog? Okay. Hot dog, no bun, right. No, slay world. You're not going to slay me. That's my wife who just removed your meow. Obviously, I'm unslayable by anybody but she, for she is my one true soulmate. Well, I'm not unwilling to eat a glizzy in the literal sense of a hot dog. If it were actually a hot dog, I would prefer a bun on it. If we're going to eat a hot dog. If you're talking about some sort of phallus, well, I'm sorry, but no. So you're saying that because I'm a wizard, there's a blizzard of risery emitted from my riz emitters continually. You're talking about your glizzy. I want nothing to do with your glizzy, thank you. But I do understand that I should be very, very flattered by your offer. I'm sure I'm the only person you offer that to, right? It's just me, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't feel very special. I just feel like maybe you were a bit of a slut. Yeah, my Riz glands. That's right. Yeah, I'll put your glizzy in the microwave for 12 seconds. We'll see how it does. How do you think it's going to handle that? I saw a Smith's tribute band. They were good. Were they called? Um, the Smiths? Question mark? Gizzards. I don't keep my Riz in my gizzard, but it's a non-stop blizzard of glizzery from my crotchal region. Slay World. I was just gonna spank my turkey to yeah, but never mind. Have a good night. All right. Yeah, you have a good night too. And probably better you find some pornography or something if you're gonna be that engaged sexually in the activity. It ought to be exclusively designed for that activity, it would seem to me. Certainly, there's nothing particularly sweaty implicit in this dream. I'm not talking about those subjects, etc. So, I would suggest that you need to find something else to watch while doing that. Yeah, slay your maggot, slay world. Whatever that means. Do I like the Smiths? I do, actually. They've got some great songs. My name's Duck. Don't bullies me or I take action. All right, Chicken Little. I'm calling you Chicken Little anyway, even though your name's Duck. Because why? I read the actual name. How about Morrissey? I'm not so fond of Morrissey's solo work, but I think the Smiths had a good couple of albums, some good tracks, good songs. I'm not bullying you, Chicken Little. I encourage you instead to bully me. I've heard that, yes, Cosmic Pentastar. It's so that after sex they can open a bottle of wine. Okay, well, again, I'm not I'm not I'm not bullying you. Yeah, I saw bands in the 80s, 90s, mostly in the 90s, or I guess a little bit in the 80s maybe, but like I saw the Pixies back in probably 1990. And that was interesting experience. This is a Fugazi back in the day. Who else did I see? I saw Beck. That was a good show. Though I got really drunk at that show. Tell me a story from growing up. Well, believe it or not, when I was growing up, I was born in 71. We were very unsupervised, and I lived in a neighborhood that was up against the LA County Arboretum. So me and my friends, we'd go fishing in there. You're not supposed to fish in there, obviously. The lake had catfish, carp, koi in it, and you could fish in there during the day. There was a certain spot where you could hide in the bushes and nobody could see you really from any place else, and you could fish. Or you could sneak in after hours and fish. Sorry, Chicken Little. The sky has officially fallen now for you. I do still fish periodically, but not as often as I would like to. You know, I live in a good place to do some fishing. It'd be great if I were to get out and do that occasionally, but um, so I don't know. Maybe I will after I get the car fixed. Rachel's in bed. Sea lion and bread. I don't usually catch. I'm not a great fisherman. I oh yeah, we caught stuff in the arboretum though all the time. When I was a little kid, we were fishing in the arboretum. Of course, we caught things like every single cast because back then the arboretum had these little machines that you put a quarter in or whatever, and you'd get out a handful of shit to feed the ducks or throw in the lake, and then the fish would come eat it. So they were used to being fed, right? So obviously, when um, when I when I or my friends tossed in a line with something on it, we'd like catch fish every single time. Obviously, we weren't supposed to be doing that. And we had strange myths associated with it. Like, we believed, at least I believed, I think my friends believed it too, that there were guards in the Arboretum that if they saw you in there after hours, they would chase you around. They would chase you and shoot you with salt pellets. No, I don't call it bread because of The Simpsons, just because it uh, sounds like bread, sounds like bed. Why you say my name's Earth Flat? Okay, Duck, good for you. What's the word tonight? Blurred. Like a picture can be blurred. Yeah, we got to fish. We had fun doing stuff like that. We were very un unsupervised, and you know, it was a different time period. I'm Generation X. I very much was part of the so-called latchkey generation. So a lot of time um, between when I got home from school and my parents got home from work. Not a lot, but a reasonable amount of time to kill. And they left before I went to school. So for from fairly young on, I was expected to get myself to and from school without assistance. It's got its advantages and its disadvantages. The thing is, people are still unsupervised. They're just unsupervised online a lot more, and in the real world less. I didn't know that there was an episode where Bart calls bed bread, but I do call it that. Okay. All right. Matthew, listen, you're just going to have to deal with it. Duck's getting timed out. I know you love him, but he's going to get timed out. Scary or no? Just want to say, out of crowd that came here earlier, there are some of us that subbed and think it's cool. Well, thanks, Rumsky. I appreciate it. I really do. Um, on here, I thought I've dragged you down to the end of the phoneme scale. You continue to surprise. Thank you, Fatal Exception. I didn't even prepare for that one in advance. Maybe I'll think ahead of time for next one. Glad to meet you too, Rumsky. We do live stream around here fairly frequently, like pretty much every single day, for some amount of hours or another amount of hours. Today I live streamed a lot less than I normally do, but I'm live streaming in the evening instead. Do I believe Roswell was a cover up? I don't I don't know what to believe about Roswell, really. Uh, I I just don't know. I don't I don't currently believe there's sufficient evidence for me to affirm the idea that aliens have visited the planet in spaceships. I don't think that's occurred. It just, unless they've got some kind of post relativity workaround, then I don't understand how any species would travel here and do any kind of meaningful business, you know? Oh, by the way, Eric, you were spot on the other night with the prediction. She actually rode the rest of the stream out. Who's that? I don't remember what prediction I made. Hi, K is Kane. K Y is Kane. Alcubierre Drive. You're talking about this thing that purportedly where the normal rule, which is the faster you get towards the speed of light, the more massive the thing is relative to the traveling speed or whatever, that it just gets inverted. You're talking about that thing? Oh yeah, I was right about that. Yeah. Did I have a wild childhood? Yeah. I mean, it was, the world was wide and empty and disconnected, you know? When you left the house, nobody expected to get in touch with you until you were supposed to get home. David Devad, that's an oddly personal question to open with. It's a question I've answered before, so I might as well answer it now. But yes, I'm circumcised and happily married as well. Okay, so maybe open with something a little less personal when greeting people. Yeah, it was kind of magical in a way. Uh, back in the olden days, you were on, nobody was ever on the phone except to like do this phone thing where I'll call meow meow meow. You want me here at this time? Meow meow meow. Yeah yeah yeah. Okay, so we'll meet here at meow 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 time. And then you met there and you did whatever, and there wasn't any more phone at all until you got back to your house. There was no expectation that you'd call home and check in or anything like that because, I mean, what are you gonna do? You have a payphone? Of course, there were payphones, but thank you, Winston's mom. And I had a car when I turned 16. I got a car and probably too young to really safely have a car, but whatever. Well, there is no update on the AC issues besides that it wasn't there, except that we do intend to get at least a wall unit for the master bedroom, but maybe we'll order it tomorrow. I don't know. The moral of the story is get outside and make memories. So, who here, if anybody, has ever heard of this stuff called canna? Canna. I will share this again. This video is called How Good Are the Legal Highs? Kratom, Kava, and Canna. Well, I'd never even heard of canna before. But Kanna. This is this video of this guy named Meta Boucher. And in this video, he does the canna stuff. The canna that he got is here. I'll show you the product that he got. It's this powdered extract, Scaletium tortuosum. it's perfectly legal, and it's to be insufflated, which means you snort it, right? Anyway, it looked. I watched his breakdown of several different sort of legal stuff. This was the one that seemed most interesting to me. And I purchased two of them, and they will be arriving at my house at some point. Okay, so they say they'll dispatch of them 1 to 2 days and send me a tracking number. Close some of these other gas out here. There. All right. Kratom is not a is a different kind of drug than this one, I guess. Canna. You've tried canna before? What do you think about the new governor? Okay. I swallows back. I've done kratom before. I don't. It's not a particularly. I'm not particularly fond of it. But based on this video that I linked above by this guy, I could see myself easily enough liking this canna stuff. He reviewed all three, and he regularly does kratom. But I don't know. Kratom, it supposedly works on your opioid receptors, and is often recommended as a way to kick opiates and opioids. I need to try the concentrated Bali kratom-like gummies. Kratom-like? All right, well. Hey, what's your favorite triangle? I guess I'll go emerald. I see. Yeah, I don't like opioids or opiates, and I don't want to take them. I did order some. It's on. It should be on its way. Kratom's not really the drug for me. I think of kratom as being in the nutmeg family. Hi, Jonathan Earl. Yeah, I tried to do nutmeg before, actually. Believe it or not. I've never been an opioid junkie, so I don't know what that experience is like. But I've known other people who have been, and I guess it's a bit of a tough drug to kick. Yeah, I smoke weed. It doesn't do much to me, but I'd smoke it anyway. I love you, darling.
I love you too.
Have a good night's sleep.
I'll be listening.
All right. I'm gonna refresh my coffee here. And then we'll get that ice cream sandwich we promised ourselves. I could eat some other food too. Maybe I'll make baked potatoes. Alright. There's some leftover baked potatoes here. But I think I'm just gonna put those in the trash. And then use the same bowl to make new potatoes. Alright. Get these old potatoes cleaned up out of here. And then let's do it. Let's make ourselves some baked potatoes, okay? I can see your lullaby. Okay. I'm gonna do these 3 smallish potatoes. And then I'll stab them a bit. I think I'll do about 12 minutes here and then check. But for 3 potatoes, it may need as long as 15 minutes. I will check after 12. These are 3 smallish potatoes. Put it in the microwave. Time cook. 12 minutes. Start. Alright, there. Wash up this. Put it here. Could get some chores done, like putting these, cleaning these bowls, pot. Here. Poor Bruce Willis. Like one of those videos in the video I watched last night about celebrities acting weird. It sort of implies that there's some sort of, you know, Illuminati lizard people thing or whatever. Made me sad because it included a Bruce Willis clip, but it was obviously just as in my opinion, what happened was it was as his dementia was kicking in. He got very young, kind of a strange form of dementia. I don't remember exactly what it's called or anything, but that's why nobody ever sees Bruce Willis anymore. We'll wash this pan. Just by hand here. We don't need to put it in the dishwasher because it's easy enough to just clean it with it. Yeah. All right. Put this here. Put this here. There you go there. Clean up a little bit right here. Get the coffee that we made from over here. And then we'll go resume our chair. Rachel, did you ever get enough money to upgrade your motorcycle? Is not a question that makes any sense. I sound like God's child. Aren't we all God's children? Are you saying I sound like everyone and no one in particular? Love my steel wool, well, not good for nice pans though. Yeah, I don't, I mean, normally I soak. Ah, right, in road rash. No, she's still working on that. She's getting a little, I think, frustrated with her level 2 plateau, trying to earn enough money for that next motorcycle. Yeah. But now it makes perfect sense. Oh, I'm not Jewish, no. I am Christian. My family's never been Jewish as far as I know. Okay, well. Regardless, I'm not. It's pretty fun, right? You look like one is crazy. One what is crazy? Yeah, you've made clear your preference for Trump. Ha'ula hama. And I'm not necessarily saying you're wrong given just two choices, Biden and Trump, but I don't tend to feel like voting for either of them. They're both unacceptable, in my opinion. I think all good American patriots recognize that neither candidate is acceptable. So we're just waiting for our potatoes to finish cooking. We'll have a little potatoes to eat. This lasagna, I wasn't that enthused with it. Didn't eat that much of it. Potatoes seem to be more delicious than this. Just America. I'll put these dishes in the sink. So, what else could I do while I'm waiting for my food to cook that'd be somewhat productive? Pull bong rips? I could pull bong rips. That'd be pretty productive. Or I could finish smoking that joint that I never finished smoking. That would be pretty productive. No, you got to cook something too, because you don't want to be the only one left out in the cold without any delicious foods. Nice thing about potatoes, if you got sour cream, butter, and salt, boy, that is ideal. Plan out the rest of the recording space in garage. I'm not planning on making the garage into a recording space. It wouldn't have as good acoustics as inside the house, which at least is fairly soundproof. Now I may additionally put, I don't know, maybe I'll go a little crazy, put a little bit of ketchup on my potatoes today. I haven't been doing that lately. Or, I don't know, maybe I'll put a little bit of shredded cheese. But all you really need for baked potatoes is butter and salt. If you have enough butter and salt, that's enough, right? If you have sour cream as well, you're styling. Everything else is just gravy at that point. Hi, Glenn Spence. Welcome back. We're currently talking about baked potatoes. What a good deal it is, if you want to just make yourself some food. Be careful about that, Glenn. That's that's a very long commitment. And, when my beloved Lacey died, it was such a heartbreaking experience. If you're serious about being a dog owner and want that, day-to-day, moment-to-moment companionship responsibility stuff, right? And you have the life that can handle that, provide your dog enough care, then it's incredibly rewarding. If it's anything other than that, then you got to be prepared for the fact that your life may change in the coming years. You're always going to be in a good situation to have this dog, etc. You got to be really careful when getting a dog. Dogs like getting a kid. She was half Chihuahua, Lacey was, half Chihuahua and half Corgi. At least that's what the vet told us. She was a stray, so we had no way of knowing for sure. You can't eat potatoes without salt. But we may go salt, triple dairy, and ketchup, which means you go butter, a lot of butter. It's hard to put too much butter on potatoes. Then sour cream, decent amount of sour cream. And, well, that's great. If you are a good dog owner, then I'm glad to hear that you're going to get a dog. You want to try canning now? Well, I want to try it now too, but I have to wait till it gets here. It hasn't even shipped. I just ordered it yesterday. Potatoes without anything is the definition of bland. Yeah, well, true. You have to have at least salt, but really you need to have salt and something else at least. Like the cheapest combo you could have would be salt and ketchup, probably. I like potatoes with chili and cheese. That sounds good. Chili cheese potatoes. Did you watch, Matthew, the video of that guy doing it and reviewing it? I will be wrapping up this stream, by the way, after I eat. So we've got, 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so. I watch the people in the UK. They have really good potato stands. Yeah, I do, beef patty. Ketchup makes everything taste better in Hawaii. Well, yeah, she's fine. Is that what you mean? Like, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. Nothing wrong with her. Do I take Venmo as payment for my typing sessions? Yeah, if you want to Venmo Rachel, you could do that. Email me and I'll send you Rachel's Venmo address unless she wants to put it here if she's in here. Oh, is she sexy? She currently has a boyfriend. And she's pretty particular about the boys she is willing to consider dating. Is she attractive? Yes, she's attractive. She made it into the top. Yeah, it's good enough. 12 minutes is fine for this. So a little overcooked, probably. All right, let's come over here. She made a number of cuts before finally getting eliminated in her attempt to be in the Rose Court. I'm going to try to take these potato skins off. It's so hot though. Hot. Too hot. It's so hot. It's too hot. Hot. It's so hot. It's too hot. Hot. It's so hot. Hot. Okay. Try to get all of this, as much of this off as possible. Nobody likes you, potato skin. I don't care how many nutritions you have in you, okay? Nobody needs you nutritions all the time, Karen. You're just being the Karen vegetable. There. There. Wonderful. Wonderful news, everybody. Wonderful feelings. I've got the skin off. Tonight, I'm not going to have to deal with potato skin. Horrible, unwelcome potato skin. Now, we'll just smash these up a bit. There we go. Smash that up a bit. Alright, now we get the butter. Alright, we got sour cream, butter, cheese, ketchup. Let's get a little knife. This knife will be for cutting butter. Alright. Now, we're better off cutting more smaller pieces rather than fewer bigger pieces, because then it gets spread around more easily. Okay. There. Okay, so now we put some butter. Next, we'll get some sour cream. I'll put this butter back in the fridge. You're gonna love it, love it. The fresh maker. No. Get off of there. This is a terrible spoon to use. Whatever. That's fine. Salt. Okay, now we've got everything in except for 2 remaining ingredients. Some of these sprinkles of cheese. And some of this ketchup. That's fine. I don't need that much ketchup. Now, we'll just chop it all up, smush it around. That looks delicious. That looks like the winner of a baked potato contest. These things go back in the fridge. Grab a bevy. For this, let's go soda over ice. Cute. Okay. Here, pia. Pia, pia. Payi. MPO. All right, I'll be right back for you. Okay, get down, please. Get down. Get down. Come on. Get down. Come on. Go on. There you go. Okay. So let's eat together, okay? Well, kitties both like to come investigate what I'm doing on the counters, but that part of the counter is not for them. They need to not go over there. Mmm. This is delicious. This is a wonderful meal of truth and magnificence. We eat a lot of fried rice around here, Paxton Johnson. I make it frequently, but in fact, I ate Rachel's leftover fried rice earlier. But we don't make shrimp fried rice. We make either sausage or chicken or sometimes even beef fried rice, but no shrimp. Well, these are microwave baked potatoes. I gotta say, it's one of the microwaves most, like, it's one of the things microwaves very well suited to do. It's cooked potatoes. They taste just as good as if they were baked in an oven. And it's so much more convenient. It was just 12 minutes for 3 baked potatoes. Am I a psychologist? No. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who's pretty good at being correct. Well, here's the thing. 2 potatoes, bigger than the ones that I had in here, is 10 minutes. In this instance, I had 3 potatoes. They're a little on the smaller side. I did it for 12 minutes, and it was almost too long, but it was fine. Well, correct about what? I guess I'm careful and correct in my making of assertions. Pretty good at being careful and correct in my making of assertions. Parsing out in a disinterested fashion the arguments for each side, etc. And then I think I'd have to disagree with your positive assessment of everybody in that particular area. Floridians. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a nice process of cooking your baked potatoes over like a grill. I've done that before too. In this instance, I did 12 minutes. Probably 11 minutes would have been better. Welcome back, Anime Galactic. If you have the three kinds of dairy, the butter, the sour cream, and the cheese to go with this, it's quite a filling meal. Oh, I mean, a great number of things, I suppose. It's not a matter of. Yes, I'm correct about crop circles, which is to say, in the absence of any more compelling evidence that they're something other than human made, we should conclude that they're human made because it's easy enough to conceive of humans making that. If there's more compelling evidence to the contrary at some point, if we can establish that we can't conceive of a way that humans could have made Mia, that must have been made by some other force. Well, yeah, Bourbon. I mean, I'm correct about that. I'm not saying it's difficult to be correct about that. I didn't even make such a particularly. I didn't make nearly as strong a claim that I normally would have made. I just, in this instance, I just said I'm pretty good at being correct. And I should be. After all, I spent decades as a competition flow debate coach, where I had to prepare for my debaters and teach them all the best possible arguments for both sides of every resolution or you know topic area, depending on the format. So I did professionally the job of case making, testing, dismantling, etc. Well, that's definitely not the case, Bourbon. It's possible that you're pretty good at being correct, but most people generally are not. There's a process, an order of questions, a need to establish framework, establish ground arguments, build a case that validates underneath that framework, potentially even spike out anticipated alternatives. It's a process that you need to. It takes some time to understand in full. Yeah, thanks, Glenn. It's been a month or so now. 30 days. Well, yeah, 30 days like right now. Like basically right this very minute, it's 30 days. But I would say it is the case that most people don't understand that there's a science to being correct, right? It's a uh, it's a dialectic process of disinterest. I used four cheese Mexican cheese blend. Maybe it was two cheeses. I don't know. There's white and yellow cheese in there. Beau of the fifth column is a self-professed Florida redneck. My position, on the other hand, about the moon is that there's a lot of suspicious realities about the moon that make me wonder why the moon is so unusual among moons. But, just noting some. Well, it's by far the largest moon in proportion to the planet that we can see anywhere in our solar system or anywhere else. The ratio, I mean, Also, it's got an unusually circular orbit. It's less elliptical than we'd expect it to be if we looked at other such orbiting satellites. And thirdly, it's not nearly as dense as we expect it to be. It's closer than it should be for an object of its size if it were equivalent density to the Earth. And our current theories on how the moon formed, almost all of them require there have been some jumbling of the Earth and the moon together, which, if they were formed in the same way, they should both have the most massive elements on the planet. There should be a general going of more massive to less from inside to out. The moon doesn't appear to be set up that way. Yeah, comparative to the planet it's orbiting. So, if you look now, granted, if you're just looking within our solar system, you might say it's far too little a data pool to draw any conclusions about the fact that the Earth's moon is on one side or the other of the range of possible ratios, right? I don't have a theory for why it's unusual. I just think that it's a striking celestial object in the fashion that it's relatively unique in a number of ways, I don't have explanations for things I can't explain. I only have explanations for things I can't explain, and I don't know things that I oughtn't know. I'm not guilty of over-knowing. One explanation I don't put any credence into is that aliens have visited this planet with spaceships. Any explanation that involves that, I'm very credulous of. The timescales, etc., plus a bunch of other reasons, it seems very, very low probability to be the case. But regarding Antarctica, I think it's bullshit that people can't just go wander around in there as they see fit. You know, there's all this land. Granted, it's all snow all the time, but people should be able to go there if they want. Everyone like, let's keep it all pure and not bothered by people. Fuck that. I mean, visited with spaceships in particular. So I am not of the mindset that sentient aliens traveled here by a spaceship and perhaps they crashed at Roswell or something. I don't believe that because it's ignoring everything that relativity teaches us, and it's ignoring the fact that even if, say, this race of aliens were to be able to travel the speed of light or close to it and arrive here in a manageable number of years, maybe they're extremely long lived, you know, by the time they get back to their original planet, no matter, let's say they've experienced 100 years of travel, which is, you know, optimistic, but let's say that, then traveling is near the speed of light, the people of their home planet are gonna all, it's gonna be like, you know, thousands of years later from their perspective. So it just doesn't make sense that in an Einsteinian universe that we'd be visited by spaceships from other planets manned by living aliens. I don't know what. Okay, well, Bourbon, a lot of people don't agree with that. So maybe you need to give yourself a little bit more credit. You said everybody's pretty good at being right, being correct. Well, that's very much not the case. There are vast numbers of people who are incorrect about that issue. There was an astronaut who got killed for writing a book about lying about going to space. Do you think the Egyptian glyphs of saucers and UFOs have any credibility at all? It's possible, though, more than the Egyptians, too. No, not really. Um, the thing is, of course, there are a lot of stuff. The government has, I think we can all agree, a little bit of a classification problem. They are individuals working various components, various parts of the government, doing various jobs. There's a tendency to overclassify stuff. When you have organizations designed to keep and maintain secrets doing that job, like, say, the military and the intelligence agencies, it's going to promote an environment in which people correctly know that there's plenty of shit they're not being told, and then fill that in with their imagination with a variety of different things. Who's they, Glenn? The government started the fire in California? No, I mean the wildfires in California that happened. Um, when they happened, we were at a period of very intense dryness around the state, high temperatures, And what caused those fires? One of them was set intentionally by an arsonist. One of them was set by a PG&E transformer exploding or something like that. They started from inside the house. Hi, Dreamsy Smokes Reviews. Hey, friend, I just found this live. I hope to learn about Antarctica. Well, I don't really have much to say about it except I'm surprised at the extent to which it's stayed off limits to regular people throughout the world for such a long time. In the late 50s, there was a treaty signed in which basically divided the continent of Antarctica up into 12 sections for 12 different countries, and more or less everybody stayed off of Antarctica. There's huge sections of the continent that are like no-fly zones and stuff. Mr. Beast went there? Did he? What did he do there? Stormy Parker says there are definitely things hidden there. Well, I mean, it would make sense for the United States, for example, to do a variety of kind of military base stuff in their chunk of Antarctica. There are obvious disadvantages to trying to do much of anything there, which link to the fact that it gets super cold and it's all snowy and stuff. Yes, that was called Stargate, I believe. I survived 50 hours in Antarctica, Mr. Beast. 261 million subscribers, huh? That's a lot of subscribers. The thing is, what a lot of people maybe don't know is that while there is a continent uh, down in Antarctica, the North Pole is all just sea ice. Based on a movie thing from another world. Yeah, Stargate. It was good. And then Stargate SG-1 was a TV show they made out of it, which was also good. The real Area 51. I don't know what happened in Area 51, but I don't believe it involved alien spaceships. Um, it's just if we if aliens were engaged with traveling around this planet in spaceships, it just doesn't make any sense that they'd like meet up with human governments and keep themselves secret in conjunction with those governments. It just doesn't make any sense, right? The 1982 remake, The Thing, is a classic, underappreciated as time of release. I don't know if I've ever seen that. So Stormy Parker thinks aliens are among us and have been. So what makes you think that, Stormy Parker? And there was not a lot of urgency to remove dead brush, which would normally naturally be burned up in wildfires. So when the fire started, there was a ton of kindling for it. I mean, people around here anyway are pretty diligent about doing controlled burns. We have burn days frequently. I live in an area I live in Mariposa, where there were a substantial amount of fires. I have a clip-on mic, actually Blue Elvis Draw, but I don't like it. I got a second one. That one didn't work with my phone. I might try to get another one, but I'm pretty frustrated with that. You know, I need to get a 2 microphone setup, which I tried to do before. You know. Well, I think there are a lot of people who, at this point, believe in aliens. Uh, but I see the recent David Grush stuff as basically an intelligence operation. For why, for what, I don't know. Could be as simple as um, a population within the intelligence community who are themselves true believers and manage to make this much stuff happen or whatever. But I see it much more as an intelligence operation than anything else. I had a dream that the Alcatraz was not just a prison, but a place for human cloning. Really? I like how you call it the Alcatraz. It'd be cool if we could buy Greenland. What's your opinion of Lloyd Pye, the dude that owned the Starched Skull? I've never heard of that. Rizel Barella. Okay, can you not proselytize, please? Repent and turn toward Jesus. He is coming soon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You found your peace through your faith in Jesus, who offers forgiveness and everlasting love. Well, thanks for sharing, Rizel Barella. If you were really at peace, would you be here evangelizing? Wouldn't you be chilling? I have no idea who Lloyd Pye is. Oh, you live in Sonoma? Cool. Yeah. I agree. I'm sure it's more of a concerted effort now, but I do believe around here that people have been were pretty consistent with keeping a defensible barrier around their homes. I believe this one was started by an arsonist. Glenn Spaces, I took sun mushrooms the other day. Wow, I almost died. What are sun mushrooms? I've never even heard of them. Blue Elvis Straw, Mrs. Vallejo. Good for you, Blue Elvis Straw. Vallejo is a wonderful place to miss. All right, I'm going to pull a bong rip or two here. I'm going to sip a little bit of soda, and then I'm going to wrap this up. Because you can't spend your whole life live streaming. Otherwise, you won't get anything done. Okay, that's a different movie. Dreams He Smokes. D-Man Destroys gives me the kissy face. Sun mushroom. What is that? Doesn't look like it's psychoactive. Yeah, I remember you, D-Man Destroys. I remember the name. I don't remember anything specific about your previous engagements, but I do remember your name. Good night. I'm heading to bed soon. Snake is escaped from New York. White albino. Strong. Ah. So, psychedelic mushrooms, is what you're saying? Kurt Russell is a very talented actor. He's good. Break Dawn. You mean Red Dawn? Was he in Red Dawn? Don't you mean Romancing the Stone? Oh, wait, that's not Kirk Douglas. Who is that in Romancing the Stone? That's Michael Douglas, huh? Michael Douglas and that lady, that blonde lady. Yeah, we'll put a link. Go ahead and put a link to Dreams He Smokes Reviews. Maybe he'll go live when I'm done going live. No, that's not it. I forget what her name is. Be easy enough to look up. Chip Douglas. I'll tell you what I'll do for you, Chip. I'll brush my butthole with your toothbrush, and then you brush your teeth with that. That seems fair. Oh, sure. What, like, what platform are you using? You gonna send me a link or what? It's marijuana, Chip Douglas. Hi, AB. Sure, I could do that. What time is that going to be? What's with the no pick, Chip? Well, here's my email address. Catherine Turner, thank you. Or is it Kathleen Turner? I think it was Kathleen Turner, right? 6 o'clock tomorrow, my time. Okay. Here's my email. So then, do you want me to do the go live together thing? Or do you want me to join you in some like StreamYard or some other kind of um Sure, I'd be happy to talk about the experience of getting swarmed, you know. I think it was interesting because it was an unusual experience. And so how do you originally saying this StreamYard? Okay. So that means I'll click a link and then it'll send me to some like waiting room, says your host will admit you in a second, and then yeah, sure, I can talk about whatever, you know. Sam Clinton. I'd be curious about and learning more about you as well, so all right, cool. Sounds good. Did I put my email? I think I did. He turned into bread. Oh my God, no. Who turned into bread? I think Death Proof is the most underrated Tarantino film. Yeah, it's Eric Strauss backwards at gmail.com. So it's ssuartscire is, if you turn it around, it spells Eric Strauss, which is my name. All right, cool. I'll check for it tomorrow. I'll put it on my calendar 6 p.m. Talk with Sam Clinton Network. All right, there. 4 rooms for sure. What's 4 rooms for sure? Let's see. I don't know if you're bugged by that kind of thing. If I'm bugged by what kind of thing? Oh, super violent. Yeah, I can be. It depends on the kind of violence it is. What's the movie called? Breakdown. You're not talking about Point Break, are you? You need a new ice maker? Do I like blacks? I have no opinion on groups, okay? I treat individuals like individuals. Doesn't matter what group they're part of. I don't care, and I hate groups. Groups suck ass while individuals do not. Well, Glenn Spence, sometimes we just ignore some things so that sometimes it's good to ignore some things because maybe they want you to react the way you're reacting. I'm not sure. I appreciate it, Glenn. I do. I know that you were fighting on the side of the good guys, but sometimes I just well, you do what you want to do. You don't need me telling you what to do. Nobody likes that. All right. So I think it is time. I've finished eating. I wrapped up my discussion of everything. I think it's time for me to go to bed. Maybe watch a little TV and then go to bed. So I want to thank you all for being here. I love you all very much and I think you're the very best. Until tomorrow, good night.